Hello? Check, check. Hello? Is this thing on? All right. Welcome, welcome, welcome. You're staring at an empty mat. Today, we have a project to tackle that I've been meaning to tackle for a while. And at the very least, what I'm planning on doing is ripping the hard drive out for further inspection, because that is what I believe to be the issue of the thing, and that is going to be an Xbox Series X. Now, I have not personally worked on a Series X before, so this will be a new one for me. Let you know that just like anything else, I've got to get the thing down to the board and take a look. The issue with this particular unit is, and I'll demonstrate that on stream, but it turns on or attempts to turn on. I get a light, and then after about a second it just shuts off. Now, it's not indicative of a short with what it's doing, but rather, from what I can tell in my very limited research, a hard drive issue. And unfortunately, with series style Xboxes, there is a small partition which basically is married to the CPU. That partition gets corrupt, you are SOL, and currently there's nothing you can do to fix it. However, if there's just an issue with the hard drive, but you can still access and clone the weird little raw partition, then there is a chance you could transfer that to a new hard drive and get your Xbox working again. So I paid a grand total of $200 for this thing. And it was sold to me as no power. As we can see here, the sticker is intact. And this sticker is intact. And there's two screws here. So I know that nobody's been in this, which is a good thing. So there is a slight chance that I can get this working again. Now, Check, check. Okay, that's weird. My mic just crashed. I gotta install the actual Elgato software for this thing. I think something's a little funky with it. Yeah, it just does this random stuff where it just decides it doesn't want to work. And sometimes I have to reboot the damn computer to get it to work. It's a great mic, but yeah, that's annoying. So I have no idea how long my mic has been cut off, but we've got inside this Xbox. We've got to pull it apart further. There is a plastic clip right here to get this plate off that we're going to have to kind of manipulate. From what I can understand, it is not an easy one to get out. Yeah, I might need to pull out that plastic pick again. Is it that one? It's got to be that one, right? That's going to let me get the... I'm going to pull the disk drive out first. Let's just pull this off real quick. No. I think I need to... Yeah, I'm going to need to pull this off first for sure. So let's just get this back. And so I don't lose this, I'm going to sit here and screw you in a little bit. There you go. Okay. So I've got to figure out how I'm going to get this thing off. And of course I've already lost. So I'll go back to my little plastic pokey jammy and see if I can't get this clip to move here. Plastic clips are the worst. That does not seem like it wants to budge. It's almost like you want to rotate this plate somehow, but there's no way to do that. That's going to break that. Okay, well that's not working. And I'm sure if I use some metal tools, it's just going to break this, but I don't want to do that. Might have to just do a quick Google on how to pop that out before I really ruin it. Unless I was meant to get the one that was... No, I don't want to do that. Yeah. Alright, so that's not working. I hate plastic shit. And of course you can't just, you know, push it from the inside. This is what I hate doing stuff for the first time on stream, because I feel like a real idiot trying to figure this out sometimes. Okay, so what do we need to do here? What do we need to do? doesn't want to budge, but yeah, that doesn't make much sense to me. It is. It's stuck on there good, that's for sure. Huh. What the heck am I doing wrong? I guess I gotta look it up, huh? Let's just do a little Googling. It's too bad I can't access my shared search history because I'd probably just... I don't think I have history. Nope. Alright, so we're going to look for a Series X teardown. And then opening the case. So we're going to take a look at this. Okay, we got all that. And all that. Moving the optical drive. Yeah, see, he's using a little pry bar there, but okay. So he's lifting the tab. Okay. So, all right, so I've got to look at that one more time now. So he's... Is that what it is? Yeah, that's what it is. Okay, so looks like there's a little hidden tab, and I might have to use a screwdriver for this, but we're gonna try with my plastic. So there's a... Let me get this OBS back up here so I can make sure I'm in frame. There's a small hidden tab that you gotta lift up, and that should free this little disc thing. The base, I guess, what it is. It's gonna be real hard for me to show this on camera, but there's a little tab, like right. So here's a power supply, and here's this big plastic chunky thing right here, and just so you could, if you look in, you can see a little plastic tab in the base here, and I'm supposed to lift this up. And that's supposed to free things, but right now that is not the case for me. I'm going to do this so I can see better. I might need a flashlight. Now in the video I'm watching, they're using a metal tool to do this, but the plastic one seems to be sort of working. Let's... I unfortunately don't have a metal spudger. The closest I'm going to have are these tweezers. And that doesn't seem to really be doing what I need either. What am I doing wrong? I'll get a flashlight so I can see better in there. And I might need to watch that video one more time just to make sure I'm doing this right. So there's the metal, there's the plastic tab. What do I want to do here? Because I could try one more time with the tweezers, maybe. Okay. Feels like that's what I'm supposed to be lifting, but it's not. Hold on a minute. Let's just look at this again. See what he did after he got that tab lifted up. Let's see here. So he's got the tab lifted up. And then he just literally just pulls the base off. Okay. He's like, just do this, and it comes right off. Well, it's not just coming right off for me, because I am, in fact, an idiot. So, I guess we're going to try this again with the tweezers. Well, it is. That is. Okay. You do have to twist it towards you if you're doing it the way I was doing it. Okay. Well, that makes sense. So we got that off now. That tab's a little pushed out, but I don't really care too much about that. Okay. Rebend my tweezers, because... Alright, now that exposes some screws on top here. Okay. So let's get these screws out now. Alright, there's one. So we have the green screw up top, 2 green screws at the bottom, and then the black screw top right. I'm saying that because inevitably when I go to reassemble this thing, I'm going to fucking forget. Alrighty. And that screw feels almost stripped, which is cool, I guess. And then we've got the one little black screw. I believe that's kind of holding the disk drive in. Okay. Now we're going to bag these. I'm actually going to pre-tape this to the chassis here so I don't forget. Trying my old trick here of taping the screws to the bits they go into, because it's pretty easy to forget if you're spreading your repair out over a period of time. It's pretty easy to forget what goes where, unless you have just an unbelievably steel trap mind, which I'm pretty good, but not good enough. And I'm sure, once you've repaired a handful of these things, then you probably will have it memorized like I do with the switches. But for now, I'm just going to stick doing this. Now this should Now unscrew. It should let me get access to the disk drive. Okay. It was a little sticky, but okay, so we're gonna grab this screw. I think what we'll end up doing is just maybe just taping that guy in there. Should hold fast at least. A little bit of tape here. Just a little bit of tape like that. A little bit of Kapton over that tape there. Probably too much, but at least that sucker will be held into place while I do my work. Now the disk drive, from what I've learned in my very limited research, is the same disk drive that you can get in the 1 and the S. Where's the Series S now? Come on, you little pain in the butt here. It's a little tight, so it's kind of hard to get this. Let's try it the old-fashioned way here. Lift it up. Oh, or do it that way, which is kind of not what I was wanting to do. This is the Foxconn cable. Why was that so hard? I mean, it is just not wanting to come out. It's a SATA connector, and it just is not, absolutely does not want to come out. I mean, I'm going to have to actually grip that with a pair of... There we go. Well, that sucker was jammed in there. I'll hold you together. I'll have to plug that back in on the main board when I get a chance. Okay, now, does this just slide out now, or is there more I've got to unscrew? I do know I've got the Nexus connector right here. But the thing is that I don't remember is if that one needs me to okay. Still feels like it's screwed into something, but I can't really see what that is. It's now the Nexus connector. Now I don't think I'm gonna take a look real quick. Problem is that from my very limited understanding of the system, this connector does damage quite easily if you're not too careful. Okay, that didn't work. Alright, well that looks okay. No, is this? Oh, that wasn't the Nexus. This is the Nexus now. Does this have bail. It's got it, because okay. Alright, so I removed both ribbon cables here. And I have this one guy he's still taped, but I think we gotta maybe unglue this silver cable here, which is capped on, and then also adhere to the thing. Okay. Now does this just lift it? Yeah. That's what I thought. Okay, and this whole thing lifts out like a giant unit. There we go. That is the core of the Xbox. And then you're left with a button board up top, and I think this is the Wi-Fi. No, I don't know what this is. USB. That is for the USB port. That's weird. It's kind of, this feels almost like it's metal, but it's 100% plastic. Alright, so this is the core. Now, it looks like a lot, but it's really just mostly heatsink. Oh, well, did I ruin that? I may have just ruined the, shit. Yep, that's fucking great. Well, this is a wash. Because I ruined the SATA connector. I sure did. I'll have to check it, but it does indeed look like I ruined the SATA connector going to the board. So, that's cool. Fuck you, Foxconn. Let's see what I did here. No, maybe I didn't. Maybe I didn't. Because this... Yeah, well, we'll have to look at that when I get the heatsink off. I am not too happy about that, but you know, it is what it is. I should be able to fix that regardless. Okay. Definitely looks angled, but maybe I didn't ruin it. Doesn't look very happy. Oh, it is ruined. Never mind. Well, that sucks. Oh, in the name of science. No, I'm not going to be able to fit that with that like that. So we'll just keep on working. keeps stressing it. I might be able to fix that with some hot glue. Anyway, let's keep going. So we've got this strap, and all this does is kind of provide some anti-vibration. Pull this off. Okay. Now, God, there's so many different types of screws. Okay, so we're gonna have to try to make it so I can see this if I've got to go back and watch the video. So we've got 3 silver screws here, black, 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 black. So black, see, like, and then they mix it up. It's just so. All right, so I'm just gonna walk through here. Again, everything's still T8. Blasphemous is amazing, Filch. I've beaten 2 of the main bosses, or 2 of the bosses, I guess. And I'm working on the 3rd. I'm a little lost right now. Okay, so we have a really tall screw that goes there, and a short screw that goes there. But yeah, I got to a point, and I can't really figure out where I'm supposed to go now. I'm just gonna wander around for a while until I figure it out, and I'll just short screw there, so the long screw's on the outside. But that's where I'm at with Blasphemous. That game is great. I enjoy the heck out of it. Alright, so we're going to get these silver screws go to the power supply. So let's pull that off. I think we're going to just keep all these screws together. Okay, so more long screws along the edge of the power supply here. Hey, Mr. Stout, how are you doing? Yeah, I'm having a go. Not having the greatest of luck with this thing today. This is my first time tearing down a Series X, and I've managed to mangle the SATA connector on the board, so that's great. I'm gonna have to figure out getting that replaced, but no big deal. Right now, this thing doesn't turn on. I have a suspected failed hard drive, which I'm trying to get at so I can see if the raw partition's still alive. And if that is the case, then I should be able to get the system to turn on again. But now that I've kind of screwed up that SATA connector, I'm not in a good spot. That's alright. We're all about learning. Okay, am I missing a screw here? Do I gotta take this top shield off? I think I do. I do believe I do. Do I? To be quite honest, no. I don't have the time or the patience for video editing. It was the initial thought and why I stream mainly on YouTube, but to be quite honest, lately I'm barely even finding the time to stream, let alone edit and post a video. So this is the Wi-Fi module right here. But maybe one day, if I ever stop being so busy, because I've worked on some really cool stuff and I think they'd make some great content. But it's just really a matter of finding the time to do it, you know? Hey, well, I appreciate you, man. Thank you so much. Thank you. I try to stream every Saturday and Sunday around 11 noon Central Standard Time. So if you ever find yourself bored on the weekend, feel free to pop on by and say hi. I'll be here. Sure thing, man. You have a good day. Enjoy the rest of your weekend, buddy. Okay, so this is the Wi-Fi board I just pulled off. And we are going to bag and tag screws on this. I do believe I have to pull off the first layer of heatsink to pull off the power supply, so I guess we'll get this done, and then I'll see how badly I screwed up the SATA connector. Take it easy, man. And thank you for the sub. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, so all these black screws go around the edge, and then we have one silver screw in the middle. Okay. Oh, wait, we have one silver screw on the edge as well. Probably gonna be one of those honking ass. Oh my god. Oh shit. I don't think this is gonna come out by hand. This guy's. There we go. Okay. Woo. I guess they used just a dab of blue Loctite on some of these. This guy's stiff. No Loctite, just stiff. Okay, so does that let me get this off now? Do I have everything? Am I missing anything? One black screw. Any more screws that I'm possibly missing here? Okay, so we've got that piece I could pull. Oh, okay. So this. Oh, shoot. Well. I don't know. Okay, let me look at this before I go too crazy here. It's a very interesting little corner piece. Alright, well, we're just going to keep all these together, and if I end up with an extra black screw, I know exactly where it's going to go. Okay, got you all bagged up. I'm going to keep you there to the side. No screws in the back. That does not want to lift up. That does not want to lift up. Oh, because I have one silver screw here on the side. God, these things are... Oh, I could tell that no one's been in this because holy crap, these things are stiff. One more. That one had a little bit of blue Loctite on it. I guess they probably do put a little bit on all of them, and maybe most of it's being left in the threads. And that should just pop right off now. It sure does. Okay, gotta thread that connector through. Throw that piece in there. We'll throw that piece in there. Now I can take a look at the SATA connector. It is potentially savable. But I honestly think I'm going to have to order another. I think what happened is I broke that off on the board, maybe in the plug? No? So... I don't know, maybe it is supposed to go this... Okay. Well... It's not the best, but I might just end up hot gluing that. As much as I hate saying that. It'll add a little strength. Okay, so... There's a little cable holder protector thingy? What the heck? I thought this was supposed to open. It feels like it does. Here we go. Okay. And then does this just... Trying to be gentle with these things because they're so stiff now. And after damaging that SATA connector, I don't really... Oh no. No. What did I... Shoot. Let's put you in this bag because I know that you for sure go with the power supply. I think I gotta get a better camera lens for my main cam so that y'all can see me struggle on this thing. But I thought this was supposed to just... There we go. Lift out like that. Now this guy, same thing. Does it just... Okay, let's take a look in there. Okay, there's a power supply out. Now this, is this a... There we go. Alrighty. PSU removed from the motherboard, and we are left looking at this thing here. Nexus connector looks like it's in good shape. Maybe that wasn't the Wi-Fi board I pulled up before, because that looks like a Wi-Fi module right there. I wonder if the other one was Bluetooth, but usually they combo those things together. Now, what I really need is on the other board. Do I need to take this off? I'm sure I do. But before I continue, I'm going to tape my screws to their appropriate assemblies before I forget. And that way, when I go to sell this because I can't fix it, they'll have all the screws. Okay. Power supply is taped. This heat shield, which is going to get the other set of screws that I've got. Okay. All right, now we're just left to kind of continue getting this down to the bare board. Again, I don't think I'm going to have any shorts to ground. So if I grab multimeter, continuity mode, I think this should be, so this should be ground, and this is fine. Okay. Well, that's a little odd. Maybe I do have a short. Why? I'm gonna have to look at that, because is that right? I mean, nothing in here is, these are all connected, but I'll have to look at the schematics on that. That's a little odd. Was not expecting the entire bottom row of this connector to be ground. I mean, it very well could be. It's a little unusual, but I mean, I guess when you think about it in terms of a power supply, if it's delivering 12 volts or whatever, you know, ground and signal, ground and source. So theoretically, I hope I just did not ruin that. The plastic tabs came off at the end, so that's fucking great. And that's probably some proprietary connector I just broke. I mean, that plastic is just fucking falling apart. I mean, I'm not even really, like, that was normal, like, lifting that up, but fuck me, I guess that's broken now, so that's cool. I mean, this whole thing was just a giant learning experience for me anyway. I was zero hope of getting this working again. And it was a inexpensive purchase at $200. which is not truly inexpensive, but you know, $200 to learn is whatever, and then theoretically I could probably sell it for what I got it for, if not a little less, to someone who needs spare parts. But oh my god, I guess I'm gonna have to invest in a small electric driver. I really want to continue on working the bigger consoles, because A, there's a lot of fasteners, and B, these suckers are in there good. So these are all the same size. Okay, got that taken off, and that should expose the keep all these together. I'm sure these are going to be the same size, so I could kind of tape all this together. Are these the same as these? They are not. Of course they're not. Because why would you do that? Ugh. But yeah, I mean, I wasn't expecting to see any shorts on the board given the way that the power was cycling. Usually with the 12-volt short, either you're going to get no power at all, or you're going to get an instant off, not a blinky off or 2-second shutdown or whatever you want to call it, because what I was seeing was indicative of it trying to verify whatever weird serial number it has married from the hard drive to the CPU, because, you know, fuck the consumer, right? I really hate that they do that, to be quite honest. I just, you know, like, they're glorified freaking computers, and if I want to be able to do something with it, I should be able to, especially after I paid you $500-$600 for the pleasure of the thing. I should be able to hack and mod my consoles as I see fit. Now, I know that they can probably hide behind the preventing cheating and whatnot, but quite honest. Okay, so that is the Southbridge board, because this right here is the Southbridge. It's actually thinner than I expected it to be. I mean, it's a thick board, but it is thinner than I expected. I am going to have to inspect this now. Person far smarter than I was saying that these Foxconn cables are actually quite shitty, but we'll see. Everything else on the board looks fine. I don't see any liquid damage or burn spots or anything really looking too crazy. Yeah, that looks fine to me. That's the main, well, it's the Southbridge board out anyway. Just drop you there. Get me another bag for these guys. I go through a lot of these baggies today. got plenty. Let's just use some fresh bag. Okay, what time is it? It's 1:30. I'm probably doing a shorter stream today. Okay, so we got you put back together. Okay. Those screws together. Now, I guess we can flip to the other side. It's a massive hunk of aluminum. I guess we're gonna, I guess I didn't need to take that other board off, but whatever. My cat is now exploring all the random parts I've got. Now this is a chonker, I tell you. These look like they have red Loctite on them, which is supposed to be the permanent shit, but that's not. Okay, well, these are actually not that difficult to remove compared to a couple of the other ones. So maybe this is not the red Loctite that I'm thinking of. It's a little stiff. Okay. And let's see here. Okay. That one's stiff. Oh, that one was tough. Okay. These are all the same. That should just lift off now. Unless I forgot one. That is not for you to get into, cat. I probably forgot one, didn't I? No? Is it just... Ah. Okay. So now... Here we go. That exposes what I need to get to. So I'm not going to disassemble it much further than this. Because the hard drive is right here. Or here? Here. This is the storage expansion. You can see all this viscous putty. It's a thermal paste. Okay, so cable looks okay. Now I should just be able to pop this off. Like so. And then the hard drive is right here. And then all we have to do now I'm going to pull this out. These just basically just slot in, and I'm going to take this screw and I'm just going to leave it back into its spot. That way I don't have to worry about anything. Well, at least the hard drive's there, which is the other thing I was slightly suspicious of. Is that maybe someone robbed the hard drive out of this thing for some reason, but again, I don't see any signs of it being open or whatnot. I'm looking at it. It does seem a little heat damaged, but I can't tell if that's just kind of like goo from the thermal paste or... So let's just do this real quick. Let's have some fun. Actually, I don't know why that like that. Do that. And then we'll switch to this guy. Now, okay, let's see here. All right, so what I'm looking at, see how there's this goo? I'm guessing that's from the thermal, or is that flux? Look how gooey that is right there. What is that? Is that just flux from manufacturing, or is it just me? It doesn't seem right. I mean, otherwise, it doesn't look like there's any damage to this. The balls do seem to be yeah, they seem to be fine from what I can see. Like, nothing really squished out or anything. So, I mean, obviously if something cracked in there, then... Okay, well, I mean, you know, like, at this point, it's more of a... Let's, get you back on that. I gotta really rethink my camera setup here. Anyway, let's get this into the enclosure and see what we can find out. So, I picked up this little guy. There's been many iterations of these devices over the years, and essentially all this is just a USB-C capable dock. Now what you do is you slide your hard drive in like so. Then you go into your little box here. And you find the handy dandy rubber plugs they give you. Sometimes it's screws. I think a lot of these guys switched up to using these rubber plugs. And they do include some thermal stuff, but I mean, for what we're going to do, it's not going to be, we're not treating this as an external hard drive, so I'm not too worried about thermals right now. And we're going to take my little tweezy tweeze here to get that through the hole. Or not? Do I have to? Okay, so these have a little half circle cut out that I've got to place into the board. Then the plug goes down. Doesn't work very well. I see where they're going with it, but it is not the greatest of designs here. But that's definitely how it's supposed to work. So I take this, and I line you up with the hard drive, like so, right? And just squeeze you down. You're supposed to hold it in place, but it doesn't. It just doesn't. Doesn't have enough tensile strength. Unless I'm supposed to get that through the board even further. Or do I do it the other way and have... Yeah, that might be how it works. Okay, so... It's not coming all the way through. That is how it's supposed to work. That should work for now, I do believe. Yeah, there we go. So the little half moon part goes over the board, and that just kind of keeps it flat and nice and secure in the drive. And we slide her back into the enclosure. It just popped right back out. Son of a bitch, man. I wonder if we're just supposed to install it like everything's flat. No, that doesn't make sense either. Yeah, this is not the greatest design, guys. Okay, that worked. There we go. Okay, that's much better. Okay, there we go. There we go. I guess I just didn't have things aligned correctly. And we just got to push it through the correct way. There we go. Okay. Now, they were nice enough to provide me with a USB cable. So we're just going to see what happens here. I'm going to plug you in. I'm hoping I have enough bandwidth for this. I might not. Okay, so... Oh, I had a light and I don't now. I might have to go take this to my other PC. Unfortunately, yeah, see, it says there's a problem with this drive. No. So... Okay. Well, let's just go to my computer real quick and take a look. So, User content, temp content, system update, system support. Okay, so I can see everything but the raw partition, which might be this local disk D. No, I do not want you to format that. Okay, let's see if I can read the properties on it. Are you my raw partition? I'm gonna have to bust out my keyboard real quick. I'm sure this is riveting because you all can see what I'm doing, since I was not smart enough to set up application capture before I started the stream. So I don't know if I can actually get this on screen, but if I get the software downloaded that I need, let's see here. Okay. Let's see. Crystal disk is what I'm kind of looking for. I think that's the name. Crystal disk info. That's an ad. Oh, they've got some fucking Weibo shit for this. Wow. Okay, well, I just need the standard edition. I don't need your crappy ads. Now, I don't like that I have to, oh, there it is. Okay. Copy all this crap. And then I'm gonna drop you down to a folder. Okay, this is Crystal disk info. And then it decides that it just wants to auto store it for me. And I guess Vish, I'll just do the old. No, I need that. $641 items. Yeah. All right. So get some more brain juice while this copies. Okay, so we've got that downloaded now. Let's see if we can open it up. Disk info 64. Okay. Extracting now. Let's see. Do I have anybody new in stream? I do not. I think Mr. Felch is enjoying some Armored Core, and Mr. Stout has gone to enjoy his weekend. 60%. So, yeah, so as far as I can tell, I mean, it's able to see all of the partitions, but okay, is this not what I needed? There we go. Yes. Yes, you could make changes to my computer, a random app I just downloaded from the internet, which I know is just fine, but is barely working. Okay. So let's see if we can get add a source and I go application. That's the audio capture. That's not what I need. The media source? Window source. Window capture maybe? Okay, and then okay. All right, you guys can maybe hopefully see this okay. So this is the app that I'm looking at. It's called Crystal Disk Info. And so this, I do believe, this right here oh, I mean, it's telling me the drive's good. Sorry, I'm kind of just trying to figure this out as I go along. Power on hours, 24. Power on count, 222. Total host reads 506. Total host writes 291. I don't see anything on here that's indicating that the hard drive is bad. Very well could be a dead APU or a dead Southbridge. But right here, I mean, put up disk management real quick. Take a look. See, it says 1 gigabyte. I want properties. What does it say? I'm looking at disk management right now. obviously you can't really read anything off of it because it's, yeah. So I have a 1 gigabyte raw and then a 1 gigabyte unallocated, which I'm not sure if it's supposed to be there or not. But this, as far as I can tell, if I switch this, to disk management, you guys can see what I'm looking at here. Maybe let's move this over a little bit. It's kind of chunky here. Maybe y'all can see that. So this is what I'm looking at now. This is the 1 gigabyte raw partition. I mean, everything says healthy. So let's switch this back over to crystal disk info. Stretch this out a little bit for y'all so you could maybe. Oh. Hey. Oops. There we go. Yeah, no, it's. Well. I'm gonna have to maybe shrink it up a little bit. Yeah, so that's fine. That gets everything on screen, but I can read the serial number. It's got. That's fine. I mean, literally brand spanking new. And there is absolutely nothing in here that's indicating to me that is damaged. I mean, it could very well be a Southbridge issue. It could be an APU issue. I don't remember. I mean, I definitely don't remember seeing any shorts. When I probed. So I don't think it's going to be an issue with that. Get this out the way real quick. So remember, this is the 12-volt connection right here. Unfortunately, it sucks because I've not worked on one of these before, so I mean, I guess it makes sense that all of these pins would be ground. I mean, it is a power connector, and power is generally, I mean, it could generate different levels of like different voltages. You know, it's not always straight 12 volts, but it would make sense to me. But those are all in fact going to be ground. And we do know for a fact even if I just do this, nothing is shorting here. Oh! Wait. Oh, I was probably... yeah. Damn it. Got excited for a second. But yeah, this is 100% not shorted. I think that's the 12-volt line right there. And I didn't really expect it to be like that. Now we've got all these guys over here, which are MOSFETs, I think. And I would imagine that none of these are going to be shorted. Yeah, I'm just going to move along. I'm not expecting to see them because I would imagine it if they were shorted. They would show up on the connector as short. Yeah, well, that's ground, so that's fine. Yeah. I wasn't really expecting to find much. And the same thing over here. I mean, I would imagine that if I had any shorts, yeah, so these are positive, so all this is fine. And then these inductors down here, there's no damage, nothing looks funky, and I mean, well, kind of at a stopping point with this now. I got out what I wanted to get out, which is the hard drive, and now I can spend some time in off stream basically going over it. What the heck did that go to? The heat sink? Yeah. These went. Tape these to this. Yeah, I just don't think, I don't know. I'm going to have to figure out how to determine or how to further test the hard drive because it looks just fine. But it very well could still be the hard drive because I do remember a couple of videos where it did look fine, but there's something that they did to verify it. And maybe in the end, that's what I end up doing anyway, is I just suck it up and buy a new hard drive. Problem is that it's kind of it's gonna be $100, and that's a lot of money to spend on something that might not work. Now I obviously could do the shitty thing and treat Amazon or whatever as my rental center. But I try not to do that because even though I know and understand that Amazon is a very rich corporation, I just think it's kind of shitty, slimy shit, you know, like using abusing some stuff that shouldn't be abused. I'm gonna slide this down like this. And yeah, so all right, what time is it? It's 2 o'clock. Let's keep going. Let's do an easy repair, huh? Let's get something. Let's get a win going on today. So we've got these in front of me, and this is going to be a pretty easy win. This Joy-Con replacement is so boring, but needs to get done. All right, now my bag of tricks. Okay, so let's keep going. My T8 go away. Need a tri-wing. And Phillips for these. So, you all know the deal. And these guys came to me. I actually ended up needing to charge the battery for the console, and it just fired right on up. And so, Joy-Cons are not in the greatest shape with broken sticks, and that's fine. I'll take, I think my new Joy-Cons are about 50 cents a piece, so I paid like $85 for the console and the Joy-Cons, and so that's a win. And this is a repair that I honestly think that anyone can do. And then once you buy a gimbal replacement kit, it usually includes the screwdrivers that you're going to need. Usually. But essentially, you can get through all of this with 2 bits. So a Phillips or a JIS technically. And tri-wing. Now that battery adhesive either came off or is just old. It's very possible that this was already taken apart, but not a big deal. Again, these things are, besides the gimbals themselves, they're pretty stout little devices, so the rails tend to die on the Switch more than the Joy-Cons actually die. But the actual gimbals themselves are pretty crappy. So they tend to get drift pretty quickly. This whole thimble should just lift on out. Come on now. Oops. Not what I wanted to have happen. Okay. Why are you being a pain? I know it's the there we go. Just have to angle it right, and that gets you into the gimbal itself. And then all we gotta do is pull up U-screws, U-screw, and the flex connectors right here. Oh, what the heck? What is that? That part of the gimbal that just kind of broke off, or what? That's a part I'm not used to seeing. It's a little washer. Unclip the bail and just pop the gimbal right on out. And you gotta go grab your freshie. And just install him. Might have to angle the Joy-Con grip through that plastic dust cover a little bit, but it's not too hard. And then just reverse the process. Start by screwing the Joy-Con in, make your life a lot easier. Okay, got one. And then the other. Oh no. Oh. Well, well, well. We have some work to do. Yeah, that was not what I thought it was. Oh, cool, actually, that's kind of neat. That is kind of neat. So, for all those that didn't catch what just happened, what I thought had popped out was the little latch thing, but in fact, this is the micro switch for the shoulder button. Now, what just happened here is I am seeing that we have a whole lot of ripped pads. So now, what I have to do is some trace repair. So this whole board's got to come apart. And this thing was more beat up than I thought. Silver screws for the PCB, and a tiny and the golden ones like usual. Okay, got that, got that. So, what really sucks is getting the ribbons back in for the other bits is quite a pain in the butt. So these ribbons at the bottom here bit of a pain to deal with. In case you can't tell. Let's do it this way. There we go. Alright, so we got the board out now. Son of a bitch, that's kind of what I want to not have happen, but probably going to have to go through and clean this anyhow. That's fine, we'll just leave it like is. Pop. All my screws. Right there, we're going to just do this real quick because I don't trust myself to not lose half these. Now, let's get under the microscope. Why that's doing it like this? I think it needs to be. I need to stretch this now, like so, and then like so. Okay. Hopefully that fixed that. That looked a little weird. I don't know why that just happened. Autofocus. Oh, lovely. Lovely, lovely. Not a huge deal. So you can see that basically all these pads are gone, and I'm going to have to do some trace repair here. But it's actually a pretty easy job. Now, thankfully, the two parts that I needed to stay intact are intact. So, take a look at the actual switch itself here. So there's the switch. Looking a little crusty, but otherwise fine. There are all the pads that came with the board. So the way this sits, let's just make this a board holder. It's going to make my life a lot easier for this repair. I'm wondering if that actually was part of the switch that broke off. I don't know. Alright, so let's get you back into focus here. Okay. Just like so. Do that. That might help that focus. And then, bam. So basically the switch was just like that. Alright. So the tricky part on this guy is keeping it steady while I get it tacked down. And once I get those ground legs tacked down, I can take it off the board holder and my life will be a lot easier. Now, see, I just don't know. It's gotta be like just like that. So I'm thinking oh, never mind. No, this whole switch is just fried. Yeah. That's what I thought. That's what that is what that is what that was for. Okay. Never mind. This is not getting repaired. That switch is just dead. And I don't have... I could take a look. I might have a replacement. I don't think I do, though. I remember I bought some switches at one point to fix something else, but I can't really remember what I did with the other one. This is a daughter board? Is this a... That's a daughter board. Not what I need. Now, I say this. Now, what I could possibly do... might be able to rob one. Let's just take it from this board. That's fine. I'm thinking... I don't know, though. They look the same, but are they the same? We're going to find out. We are going to find out. So, basically, come here and find the board. Here's the switch. Okay. Hopefully we can get this off without melting it. Let's do a little bit of just some flux. Not necessary, but this to me always just lets me know that the board temp is getting good. You don't really need flux when you desolder stuff, but it can help a little bit. Okay, so let's grab think. Come on. Yeah, it felt like it took a little bit more heat than was necessary, but let's just inspect the switch now. I might have just melted the crap out of it, but it looked okay. Not really seeing much or any damage, actually. Looking pretty good. Excuse my dirty fingernail. Okay, well, so we got that. Now, let's go back to this guy here. We might actually even be able to do the same. Just use a little bit of hot air, and I might throw some fresh leaded solder onto this. That might help a little bit here. Okay, we're gonna have to add flux, and it's a little awkward right now. Yeah, add this up with some flux real quick. Flux does make everything better. Okay, should smooth these things out a little bit. That's where I'm getting at. I need to clean this off, right? Okay. Yeah, okay. Smoothed out. Now, I'm wondering, will you fit? Cool. Kind of saw that happening, and I just lost the switch. I mean, thankfully I've got plenty more, but no, that's... Dang it. Knew that was going to happen. I knew I should have just done this the other way. Alright, well, it's probably stuck to me somewhere. Most likely. So I didn't hear it hit the ground, so... Yep. There she is. Okay. Alright, I might have to do this with the iron rather than... hot air. But for the moment, so I don't keep dropping this on the ground. Now, this guy, yeah, you want to have, okay. So it's basically going to sit just like that. Okay. I'm thinking it's not the same switch, but you never know, because sometimes, yeah, it does feel like it wants to fit. And the pitch is right, but it doesn't look... Isn't that right? I'm not sure. Kind of getting a visual look here. It doesn't look like it's sitting right. I mean, I know it's not flush on the board right now, but oh. I love how this is supposed to be just a quick and easy fix to get it off my plate, and yeah, it turned into trace repair. That is always fun. I mean, I guess we could try it with some hot air. See if maybe I can just get that to liquefy and settle. Let's see here. You are right there. Okay, so let's see what we can get. Now, I'm more worried about the switch blowing away. Okay. Let's settle down okay. From what I could tell, I just don't know if it's the correct size or not. So let's just take a quick little look here. I mean, it looks okay, right? Like, yeah. I mean, I'm not sure if it's supposed to settle down further than that. So we might run into an issue. I'll be right back. We might run into an issue with. Let's do it like this. We'll have a little bit more room to work with here. We might run into an issue with fitment, but I'm not too sure. That's. Oof. So, the big problem I'm seeing now. Oh, this thing is just fucked. Never mind. Yeah, this is just not repairable. So, this is what I'm seeing on the other side. What the hell did they do to this thing? So, either I did that with the hot air, which is probably what happened. Actually, now that I think about it, looking at this mess. Okay, well, I just destroyed this, so. Neat. Nah, well, I guess you can't use hot air. And there's unfortunately no replacements for this, so this is now toast. No, I didn't really destroy it. Let me try a couple of things here real quick. So, there is a shot. trying some new things here, so be very careful. One more. And one more. Oh, nope, that's not the right way. So, how am I going to repair this, you might be asking yourself? Well, thankfully, since all these buttons do really act as conductive or conductors, I might be able to get away with a little bit of Captain Tape. Maybe. That is the hope. I'm just going to give you a little bit of a snippy snip right there. Like so. Okay. And gotta get this other guy back into position. Okay. Grab another little bit of tape here. Don't know how perfectly centered these things have to be, unfortunately. I'm just trying to get it so that when I'm sure that's going to be fine. And then we're going to take my second layer. Come on. Really? You know, adhere like that? All I'm going to do there is just like that. Okay. Okay, so nope. Does not feel good. Well, we can try. We really can. There's really no harm in trying. At the worst, I could just use this as a parts board. I don't really have to repair Joy-Cons very often, but there are some good parts on here. Connectors and whatnot. This is more of a doing it because I can type of project, not because it's really worth it, but because I can. Alright, so back to this. Now, okay. So, that's going to be kind of tricky to see, but I think what I can do is got to go find my enameled wire here. I'm going to take off a chunk of this, and burn some of this coating off. If you all don't know, this is bodge wire, aka enameled wire, and you have to scrape off the coating in order to get solder to stick to it. And I like to just use my soldering iron. Let the heat of the iron do the job. And then once you have that in place, I think what I'm going to try to do the problem that I'm going to have though is that I can't, it's like I have to have this angle just like that. And I don't really have anything to hold it in place. That might work. It's going to be very finicky, but I think I can do it. If I grab my tweezers maybe. Okay, let's try this. Yeah, see, that's the issue though, is that it's not steady enough for me to push down. My fingers are too fat to, yeah, dang it. Might have been better off doing this, doing the trace repair work first. And then putting the connector on top, but I just thought this would work. Fortunately, it's proving to be very much as finicky as I was expecting. So let's do this too. Let's cut this. Maybe having just a bare wire instead of having to deal with the spool, make my life a little easier. That might actually do the trick. If of course I found the one hole on the board. It's not fun. This is not a fun angle. What if I used very fine tweezers here? Yeah, just like that. If I can get lucky here. I mean, that's not very solid. In fact, I'm really, yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. Plus now I've got this. I've lost a piece of wire in there. Maybe not. Okay, maybe I can pre-tin this. So your B450 motherboard sparked because your kid plugged in a Wi-Fi card from his laptop into the X16 or X1 slot. Think it's an easy fix. Well, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but probably not. And the only reason I say that is because you don't know the extent of the damage that that spark caused. I mean, it could be anything from a capacitor blowing up on you to some sort of IC to multiple ICs. I'm not saying that it's an impossible fix, but easy? Probably not easy unless you know exactly what's dead. And then it also depends on the tools that you have available to you. So, I would probably be planning on getting another motherboard. I mean, B450s aren't that expensive, but yeah, it's still an added cost you probably didn't want to deal with. And I've been there. All right, that should make my life easier. Putting a jumper on. Now, putting like a board jumper on. Um, that's a tough one though. You're just gonna basically have to probe around and see if you could spot what's shorted. Um, you know, the big problem is that you don't know how far, you know, if he reversed polarity, then very well could have fried a very large portion of your board. If it's just a single component, then, you know, easy peasy for sure. Um, yeah, it's tough to tell. It's tough to say because it's shit. Where'd that go? It's tough to say. Um, but definitely take a look at it if you've got, you know, time and effort. And we like to say that everything's fixable, just not everything is worth the fix. So, god dang it, I lost my freaking jumper wire like an idiot. So I mean, it's up to you on how much effort you want to put into the thing. Shoot, I just lost my jumper wire. And I'm sorry I didn't see your message. I was not paying attention to chat for I don't really get too many chatters, so sometimes it takes me a minute to notice that someone said something. But welcome, welcome, welcome. Right now we are just having some fun. This is kind of goes back into what I was saying of this is probably not really worth the time that I'm putting into it, but it's just fun. Actually, you know what? Let's do it this way. I always like getting a little bit of solder on my tip here. Okay. So B450. So you're a Ryzen guy, huh? Me too. Guessing it's for his gaming PC. I think should have enough there. Now let's try this again here. It's been a experience getting this thing hooked back up, but I still think I can get it working. I'm probably going to end up just putting this in the spare parts pile anyway. But part of me is just like, I just like doing this to prove that I can, so to speak. What we like to call the dog nut principle. Why does a dog lick its balls or lick its nuts? Because he can. Alright, so that's on there now. Okay, that's a solid. So now what we got to do, so this pin and the far right pin are the same. And what I'm going to do is just wrap the wire around. We're going to grab my scissors here. Chop off entirely too much. So what we're going to do now is we're going to wrap this around. Might actually end up doing the middle one first, because what I want to do is make sure I can get, yeah, let's do this. So let's grab that, make my life a little easier here. Scraping away some of that conformal coating, maybe. Hard to tell. Let's move. Alright, now I should be able to see if this is going to help. Yeah, it's a little glary, but just need to clear away some of that flux. A little fresh solder on the tip and see if we can get some of this to adhere to this. a little sus, but might work. It might work. Okay. And the same thing now. This guy. On my finger. There's the wire. We're gonna just basically. This one's gonna be as burned off as I can get it. Maybe. Sometimes this wire is a little finicky. Alright, that should be good, right? Just want to see the end of it. Be able to see the end of it. A little further. So I don't need too much length on this. Okay, let's grab some fresh solder. I like to solder on the tip because as soon as I can start seeing solder stick to the wire, then I know the coating is gone. And now you can see how that is able to hold that nice chunk of solder. Perfect. Okay, so now we just got to clean the tip off. Same thing, just clean off all this excess because we don't need any of that really. Let's keep cleaning and clearing here. There we go. So that guy's gonna go to okay, now should that's right, gotta go back into this. Unfortunately, same deal. I have to get my little like that, and then can I see? Probably good enough. Needs a little bit of a focus here. Angle is a little weird. Okay. So this is going to be a little tricky. Again, this ties back into I'm probably approaching this wrong. I probably should have laid the jumpers on the board first, and then I probably, dang it, I had that, there we go. Come on, if I could just, I might have gotten that. Might have gotten that stay. Let's find out. I'm sorry, it's a little out of focus right now, I know. No, it did not. It's just, but the good news is now I might actually have that in place. Might just be able to kind of tap that. Might have to hold it down, but I might actually be able to do this. Just like that. If I can get my tip in between there, I might have to. There we go. That's soldered. Okay. So this down to here. Now this is where the fun comes in now. What I need to do, what if I take this guy, and these guys are a little bit sharper. Let's see if I can scrape off a little bit more of this solder mask. Probably should be cleaning the board off, honestly. So one shitty thing though is that we don't need to have so much excess, but I'm worried about tacking it onto the other trace by mistake and just permanently shorting the button. So if I maybe do a little arrangement real quick, getting a great reminder that I need to order new tweezers. You can see how these all have a gap now. Might be able to fix that, but that I have no idea what the heck that is. What is that? Did I fry something? Did I pull something off? Just burnt flux? Could be just burnt flux. However, I do believe that should be where I need it to be. Yes, sir. Now, that is exactly where that needs to be. I just need to get this away. So now hopefully I can maybe just get this solder to take on this. Problem is that that via is impossibly tiny. I think I got it though. I did. All right, good deal. Good deal. So now this is where I wish I had good tweezers. Also kind of doing this the slightly difficult way. I should probably just be using my hobby knife here to kind of hold things down and wiggle. Which is just about where I'm about to go. So I literally cannot grip this for the life of me. There we go. Perfect. Okay, so now in lies the other problem. Now in lies the other problem. So I've got to loop that other first wire, solder it to the board and the other pin without touching that middle pin. So we're going to get that done. And then see what happens. I'm just checking some messages real quick. Okay. So let us. Do I want to clean this? I probably should clean this just so I could freaking see, but there's the trace. There's where I need to go. Oh no, don't tell me well, I guess we'll figure that out at the end. So I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna get this measured right. So what we're gonna do here is get you back into frame. Then I need to make sure I have enough room to wrap around, but I don't. Other way. That's what I want to do. So now this can come up, and I should. Okay, let's just do this and that. Okay, and then so that should look like that. Now the problem is again, I can't see that pin without tilting. I think. Yeah, you can see it's not melted too bad. Alright, so I think just like that. Okay. So now if I pull this wire down here, I'm going to need to burn off that coating right there. And this might actually in turn cause the other side to desolder, but we'll find out. Now if I get a little bit of solder on that ground point, it's not a huge deal. Perfect. So you can see how it's shiny silver now. Should be able to connect that. Valhalla, sorry if I didn't answer your question in time, but definitely do appreciate you stopping by. Okay, so this needs to be a little bit more angled. Like so. Well, let's see here. Just like that. Then I can push like so. Oh, that burnt flux is getting in the way, huh? Oof. I think I just need to do it two-handed again to get the wire put back into place. Let's just do this the easy way. Just like that. Just like that. Okay, I think should have enough of it in place here. Okay, so let's try just tacking this on. Huzzah. Okay. Now, looking good. I'm guessing I can take this off now. Bring you down, and I just have to kind of maybe move this out of the way for just a second. Okay, and then I could probably come in here, just do a little bit of a minor solder coating. Okay, like so. And then move the thing back into place. Just like so. Like that. And I think I might be able to get this to stick. Same thing, just a little bit of nope. So the problem is the wire's not on the pad. Also trying to problem is that this is enameled, so there we go. That's kind of was wanting to avoid. Hopefully we didn't disturb things too bad. I'm just struggling to, probably should just burnt the coating off first. That is soldered. Alright, so let's give her a quick clean here. Also be a nice little test to see how solid the soldering work was. If all the wires disturbed, then soldering was not good. Alright, so we got that. Now back to the view. I think we're good. Might need to scooch that wire down a little bit. Just a tiny bit. I might end up I mean, honestly, that looks pretty solid to me. Like, (115°C here to kind of dry the board off just a little bit so I can kind of look, and yeah, that is looking So I want to check things now. So always do a continuity test because you don't want to have, so this middle wire right here, okay, so they're not touching, so you can see how we have connection from there to there, connection from there to there, but no connection here because I'm causing a false positive because of the way I have the probe line, but directly placed in the middle wire we don't have any connection, which is what we want to see. So that is successfully jumped. Now, the question does remain, will it actually work? I don't know. but we got the repair executed. Just gotta, this time I will grab my hobby knife, come on in down here like so. There we go. Just snap that little bit off. Okay, so it's kind of still gross looking, but you know, that's properly jumped. I'm really curious as if we can get this to function. So I'm going to take a quick 2-minute break here and I'll be right back. Alright, sorry. We're back. Well, I mean, I don't really hold out too much hope here, but the button clicks, all the rest of the buttons seem to still click. So we'll hope those will work. Now, we just have to reassemble the sucker. And, you know, if it works, it works. If it doesn't, we tried. Best we can do is just try. What the heck? How'd that fall out? Alright, so... Oh, that's right. Did I unscrew that? I did. So, let's just do this real quick. Because we can't... Well, do we do it that way? I'm wondering if I plug the board in first. So the board goes like this, and there's these two flex cables that are an enormous pain in the butt. Oh, okay. Actually, I'm an idiot. So we... there we go. Yeah, one of those buttons is pretty mushy, but I mean, whatever. Like I said, this is really done just for grins, so if it works, I mean, I might just, I don't even know if I could in good conscience sell this to somebody, but you know, maybe if somebody blows up a Joy-Con and needs one as a donation because they can't afford a new one and they're willing to deal with a slightly wonky one, I would be happy to give it to them. Just hate seeing these things go in the trash. It's kind of like, you know, like everything else about this was fine. It theoretically is savable, but at the end of the day, it really is not worth the effort that I've put into this. I will not be, I'm not joking about that. This is 100% way more time than this thing deserved. Without a doubt in my mind. Now this guy, this little bottom one right here is the biggest pain in the butt. If you can just get it lined up right, it does go in. But I always struggle with it because there's nothing really to grab onto, and it is a very slippery cable. And you gotta kind of like pull it up and then like angle it as you slide it in. So it's like, yeah, it fights you a lot. In fact, a lot of times I do this, I end up two-fisting it. And I might end up just pulling the board out and doing it that way. Damn it, right after I got that first one in, I knew I shouldn't just Went with my gut here. Oh, wait. Okay, it's almost there. Yeah, maybe I should two-fist this. Okay, I think we're good. Looks lined up, pushed in. Those are all good. Okay, let us go. Drop the Joy-Con replacement in, which is legitimately all I thought I was going to have to be doing to this. Let's turn my soldering iron off because I shouldn't need it anymore. Now we gotta dump my screws out. And got some brass screws for the Joy-Con here. Okay. Then these silver screws hold the board in. Uh-oh. I might have screwed up. I might have covered up some important holes with Captain tape. But we shall see. It's a little... Yeah, I don't think that switch button's gonna work. Dang, 'cause it's not sitting down like it should be. But we'll try. We shall try. We will not give up. First things first, though, we gotta make sure to plug in the Joy-Con. My cat is now sitting on my shoulder, supervising. Judging, maybe? Okay, that going. Now, the trick here is this going to work? So this is the actual shoulder button. And the crappy thing is I really do need to clean this, but because I mean, it clicks, it bounces back. And then we've got this guy, right? This is another reason why you attach some of these cables outside when you have the board pulled out, because this one is also slightly finicky. It doesn't really help that my tweezers are mangled right now. Gotta order a new set, I guess. And quit using them for pry tools, which is really what breaks most of my tweezers, is I end up using them for things they're not really meant to be used for, and bends and deforms the tips, so. I love you to death, Cat, but you are really annoying the crap out of me right now. Is it a top contact? Or is it a bottom? It's a top contact, isn't it? Can't remember if I had a trick for this one or not. Or if this one is just ride the struggle bus until it goes in. I don't know if y'all can hear my cat just hanging out of my shoulder right now, purring away. She is a very happy cat. Oh, I almost had it. Dang it. There we go. Perfect. And that should slide in like so. Gotta make sure we don't trap the rumble motor connector underneath. There we go. Okay. Okay, so now we've got a couple brass screws to put back into place here. Okay, that one went okay. That one went okay. Last one. Okay, we are back in business. Oh, the buttons feel good. Okay. Battery. Oh, I'm a dingbat, aren't I? Yeah, I'm a dingbat. Well, yeah, I'm a dingbat. Okay. Forgot, we gotta hook up the second shell first. But I wanted to also kind of just make sure the buttons still felt pretty good, which they do. I would really be surprised if this thing frickin' works, to be quite honest, but, you know. Okay. We are definitely going to leave you connected now. So, I think it goes like that. So the good thing about these is it's pretty easy to tell which way they go in. So we're going to do that. Makes my life a little easier. And we just kind of grip it and rip it. got that one. Now this one is the rail connector. The other one for the buttons for SL and SR, I think they are called. But this is what actually connects it to the switch. Grab my good tweezers here. Alrighty, we're getting close. Getting close to testing time. That one was a little stripped, but she in there now, so. Okay. I mean, you know. Pull this out real quick just to get slightly easier access to the battery port, and I do believe it just goes in like that. There we go. And like so. And I plug the rumble motor in. Perfect. And then finally, all said and done, I do actually end up reselling this. I will come back and clean it because I don't know if y'all can tell, but my lord, this is crusty. This was a very well loved Joy-Con. Oh man, I'm an idiot. I forgot one very important thing, and that is the Wi-Fi card. So we might actually have to undo the power here, but actually no, we don't. We could just pull the battery out, flip the cable over. Now this little IPL is kind of a bitch, but should be able to get it. There we go, just perfect. And that slides in right there, like so. Battery goes back, like so. And we get back to the struggle bus that is assembly. Move the shells. It looks a little, there we go, got that. I don't know why it's, might be the tape that I'm using for the buttons, but something is sort of not right here. Let's figure this out. Doesn't feel right. Doesn't feel flush. Feels like I'm catching something. Could be tape, could be that Wi-Fi connection not in there right. Or flush, maybe? Does it need to go the other way? No, that was right. Okay, that looks okay. That's flush. That was it. Yeah, that was it. It was just the Wi-Fi. It's not in the right spot. Now we grab our tri-wing again, swap the RU for the JIS. And copper in there. Now, unfortunately, you have to kind of pretty much assemble these things before you can test them, because, I mean, I guess I could theoretically slide it into the Joy-Con rail. I just think you run a very high risk of damaging ribbon cables because they tear very easily if you're not careful with things dangling around. Pretty easy to do, and considering how quick it is to get in and out of these things, it's much better just to deal with the added time cost of disassembling again if you've got to look at stuff. But like I said plenty of times, I actually don't have any hope of getting this to work. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. So really, I mean, the trigger's a little mushy. But not bad. It still clicks. Okay, let's give her a look. Grab a tablet real quick. This one actually might be the one that it came with. Well, there's your Nintendo logo. Switch. Okay, let's see if it recognizes it. Doesn't even recognize it. Nope. Oh, wait. It does. Oh, nope. It's a very finicky connection. Which, I don't know. All I really want to do is just test the buttons. This one is definitely going to need some more. Yeah, see, it's not. I'm going to have to like yeah, it's just good news. Oh. Trigger's not working, and that's probably because I've got that installed upside down. Well, I will say this. There's something funky going on with the connection. However, that might just be due to the latch being a little broken. Okay. Okay, I see you. You know, I probably should open this one up because it's looking pretty crusty. Although I think maybe I didn't open this one up. This one might be severely liquid damaged now that I'm looking at these screws. It's working just fine. Charged just fine. I might have opened it up, but yeah, we'll have to make that part of the thing. Yeah, the moment okay, well, the good news. The good news is I got everything working. It wasn't connecting wirelessly. I don't know if that's because the battery was dead or what. So that's another potential problem. I did want to go reseat this shoulder or trigger button cable, seeing as that's probably installed backwards, I'm guessing. That button wasn't registering. That was the only button that wasn't registering. But I paid the the trace repair worked. The trace repair worked. And yeah. It's kind of a good thing, honestly. Now the funky connection might honestly be on the switch side of things more than here. I'm looking at the ribbon now. There's no corrosion on the Joy-Con, so I don't think it's gonna be this. It would have to be either just the fact that it's maybe a little deformed due to whatever the heck kind of impact damage caused this shit to break in the first place, but so I'm gonna have to basically undo all of our work here. Okay, now grab these screws before I lose them. Okay, now I had this. Either it's not plugged in all the way, or I have it plugged in the wrong way around. And I could just open the other Joy-Con, which I'm probably just going to end up doing. Let's do this, because I can't see. Let's, okay. Let's see here. You are right there. Yeah. Can't tell. Does seem like I could get it. I think it's a bottom contact though. I think I just have it installed wrong. So I can't go in any further. Let's zoom out a little bit here. Yeah, I think it's a bottom contact on this one. I think I just guessed wrong. Maybe not though. That looked. Oh, dang it. Nah, it's bottom contact. Okay. I screwed up. It is a bottom contact cable. Shiny stuff on the bottom, folks. Shiny stuff on the bottom. Yeah, and just ruin that, but that's an easy fix. There's my lovely bodge job. Lovely, lovely bodge job. But that's okay. It works. That's all that matters. It's really all that matters. Won't even try to front. Oh. Get you out of seizure mode real quick. In the middle of the screen. Okay. Now you're at seizure mode. Now we're going to get you hooked up. wires. All right. All right. So that should now successfully be able to hopefully capture input. Oh, wait, can't forget. Let's get you out of the scope. We got to put the shoulder button back. Cool. Ah, son of a gun. And see what I was talking about? See what I was talking about? Well, son of a bitch. I don't even know how that just happened. All that work for nothing. Well, let's just see if we can get it to... Man. Fucking... Should go buy some lottery tickets. Yeah, that's annoying. I mean, it's not the end of the world, but this is a non-functional Joy-Con now anyway. Not that it was fully functional to begin with, but... We'll end up just throwing this in the parts pile, is my guess. So it's not really worth buying a new SLR board, which is what that's going to take. That's fine. Just have to kind of take the L on this one. There's no way. That's not even... That's probably direct solder to that board, so just trim this so I can honestly just get it put back together again. And then I'll just throw this into the trash pile or the donor pile. Okay. Dang it. Man, I've actually never had this much issue with the Joy-Con gimbal swap before. But this thing wanted to fight me the entire way, so you know, here we are. That's alright. I think in the future, though, I'm just gonna resign myself to pulling those ribbons out and just separating the halves, because it's not worth it. This, like I said, they just tear without you even realizing they're torn. So that's where we're at with this. I made a big boo-boo. Okay. So we have that tablet again. I do want to see what the battery's looking like. It's dead. That's probably why it's not. Alright, so I just want to see now if I restored the stupid trigger buttons. Yep. Alright, well, cool thing is I'll leave this set aside. I'm gonna have to rescue that gimbal out of there, so, or maybe I'll come across a completely dead Joy-Con at one point and I can just harvest the, what are they? I mean, it's SR, right? Oh, yeah, SR and SL. So let's go ahead and get this guy taken care of. Got some flux on it somehow. Let's get this cleaned up. Hopefully this one goes a lot. Like, that's clicky, so don't think I'm gonna have to do trace repair on this one. Hopefully. I mean, it is what it is. And I promise you guys, it's a very, very easy job. Just a couple of small little hidden gotchas. So let's just keep going here and get this guy replaced. See, this one, the battery. I'm thinking maybe they tried to get into the other one and broke off the button, maybe. That battery definitely felt like... Bro. Okay, well, let's just leave her in there, I guess, and just leave the battery in the tray. Or is this the design where I actually have to pull it out? There's a couple different designs of the Joy-Con, or actually I can't, off the top of my head I can't remember if it's just the left being different from the right, or if there's a couple different Joy-Con designs, but I'm thinking. Okay, there we go. Trying to be really cognizant of those ribbons. There we go. Alright, come on. There we go. Adhesive Nintendo likes to use is stupid. Okay, so we got all that. Now, yeah, so this is what I'm used to. I think these, it's just the gold. Yeah, the golds are what just hold these in. Okay, now, if I do this right. Okay, so there. This one has the micro switch attached, so But to get to this screw, we got to pull this ribbon out. Thankfully, I think it's just this. I can't tell. I can never remember if it's they've got two designs for the Joy-Cons or if it's just that the left is slightly different than the right. So this guy's just dead. Toss him away. Grab my other spare. Okay, and I'm just going to do the same thing. Slot her in. Now make sure you don't catch the trigger button flex underneath. Okay, hold on a minute. We should just be able to very carefully just kind of slot this in like so, and then just work it around. There we go. What a pain in the butt. Okay. So let's just grab one of these brass screws real quick. And then we can secure it somewhat. Make my life a little bit easier here. So you need to go into the fastener, not just be magnetically attached to it. There we go. Okay. Okay, now we gotta go grab another one of these. Like so. And that's just slot in right there. Perfect. Then we can hook you back in. These cables are a lot easier to deal with than this board. I think it is just the difference between the left and the right Joy-Con now that I'm thinking about it. Because the motherboards are going to be slightly different. So maybe they just have one design for one and one design for the other. Let's go back here. I just keep going back to old reliable. These curved tweezers of mine are just my favorites. Even though I know I could do better. Alright, come on. Just wish these things weren't so slippy. There we go. Okay, you're up now. Just gotta kind of. There we go. All right. Now I got to remember to hook the shoulder button up. Carefully just spin this around now. Then we're going to, maybe we do actually take this out, or no, maybe not. Maybe we can do it the hard way. I'll try doing this the hard way. So we got that bails up. Now, actually, can I just do it like this? Yeah, there we go. There is no such thing as the hard way. Just make sure you just move the ribbon cable out the way. I'll probably have a much easier time of this if I was working on it from the opposite direction, but Let's just see if we can get this to line up and slide in. There we go. Now we gotta put the trigger button. I thought I ripped the cable again. I was about to fucking scream. That is in place. Now this can go into place. We'll have 3 brass screws to deal with. It's again being very careful of those ribbons. That's great. Okay, whatever. Well, once more with the shoulder button. Not the greatest design with these things, but not the worst either. They do work. It's just a little finicky sometimes. There we go. With how they slot in, and then but once you get them slotted in, and then you get the little battery tray on top of it done good. There we go. Now let us grab a brass screw here. Another one. Last brass screw. Then take my battery. Plug this guy in. All right, well, this controller is also dead as hell. However, let me see here. We should. Yeah, I've got to really work on a better camera setup. I might even just sell this thing and go with something else, because it is a giant pain in the butt and I'm not really needing it. Anyway, so we're back. Okay. And then Nothing. Now, one connected wirelessly. Hold on a minute. Wow, so either this switch is probably needing a little bit. I think there's some issues here with this switch. Huh? All the buttons work. So that's good. It is connected. But it's the same deal. I think it's just that latch. Okay, well. The good news. Well, we got this, oh, look at that. The camera is freaking frozen. No wonder. What do I do? What do I do? I don't give a shit about any of this. How do I get it out of this? I don't freaking know what to do. Let's try this. Not working now? Okay. Well, blue one's working. We'll stick it with the gray one just to keep them together. However, I am very curious. So we are going to dig into this switch and just take a quick look around. See how badly liquid damage it is, because these screws are pretty gross looking. I mean, it could just be crust, but that generally speaks to me of corrosion. And looking at the kickstand right there, and that's also looking pretty corroded. Thing is this switch, besides having completely dead battery, is fully functional. So it might just be fine, and I'm overthinking things. But anytime I see white, I get nervous. Anytime I see an eBay listing with white residue, I get nervous. There doesn't seem to be anything in the... Okay, I gotta be careful with these. For some reason, Joy-Con rail screws, once the system gets a little older, tend to be the first to strip. I just don't like how white everything looks. It bothers me. So let's take a look and see what we can find. Might just be just crud, you know. Very well could just be crud. It's very dusty. I mean, that's looking like it's been liquid damaged. Does need a clean. Probably could use a thermal paste job. But hopefully I don't have to go that far. I mean, I probably should. I never did verify if this is a V1 or not. Well, I mean, I did verify. It is a V1. I don't know if it's hackable. I gotta go try that. pretty easy to do once I get access to the hard drive. So it's kind of good that I did this anyhow. Now, this thing is really dusty. Let's see what the damage is, folks. Oh, wait, I'm going to pull that out. Could just be dust. Crud. Well, let's see what we got. What do we think? Do we have liquid damage? We have a screw still stuck in the shield. Is it liquid damage? No, it's not. Woo! It is just dirty as fuck. Definitely a V1 board, but as we can see here, the liquid damage indicator is just fine. So, yeah. It definitely does look like it's in need of a thermal paste job. So I might just do that. But surprisingly, the rest of the board looks clean as shit. Now, I'm going to go and try something real fast. If I do that, should be in RCM mode now, and I've got to go find... Oh, son of a bitch. Now, what did I do with that thing? Fortunately, I haven't had to test an unpatched switch in a while, so I don't know what I did with my shit. Well, unfortunately, it does appear that this is a patched system. So, no extra value for me. I wonder if I'll try some different Joy-Cons on it and just verify if it is in fact the crappy Joy-Cons that are not connecting right versus needing new rails on this. It does look absolutely fine otherwise. So no complaints, no complaints. I mean, can't really see anything wrong with it. It works, it's fine. So I guess my initial diagnosis of it was pretty good. I just saw the crustiness that was involved there and got a little nervous. Unfortunately, anytime you normally see that white stuff, it is usually not a good sign. And it doesn't hurt to kind of just double check before, because if I'm going to sell this to somebody, I don't want to piss them off, because I'd be pretty pissed off if I bought something and a week later it stopped working. Oh, that's right, we're too zoomed in. So we're just going to kind of do a little bit of a clean up here. Get some of this junk off. We'll just do it the easy way here. Alcohol on the paper towel. Wipe everything down. And we'll put you back into place here. Okay, we'll get you screwed in. So that was a nice little good surprise. Thankfully this was still a pretty decent buy. If I can get switches for 60 to 70 bucks and get them working again, I consider that to be a pretty good deal. In this case, it's a crapshoot with no power, no charge scenarios. But from the way this guy worded his listing, it really just sounded like he just kind of just wanted to get rid of it. He picked it up. It sounded like he got it and either got it in a lot or in a estate sale or something like that. Probably put it on a charger for a little bit of time, if that. Probably didn't even put it on a charger at all, is my guess. But that's good for me, because as you know, or if you don't know, Nintendo's and a lot of stuff that uses lithium cells on the Switch, they use the batteries have an undervolt protection, which means that at a certain voltage, a little circuit kicks on and prevents you from drawing any more juice from the battery. So they can only get so low. However, once they hit a very, very certain point of being too low, when they charge, they trickle charge. It's no good to go from completely dead and then flood it with high current. As you could basically zap the cell that way and cause it catastrophic failure, otherwise known as explosion. Which, if you've never dealt with lithium batteries before, you don't ever want to deal with a lithium battery that explodes, because you'll most likely just burn your house down. Because they don't get to be put out by conventional means. You need sand or kitty litter or something, not water, because if you throw water on a lithium fire, now you've got 2 problems. Probably more like 10 problems. So I'm just kind of going in here and cleaning out some of this crust as best I can. we'll take, now this guy is also pretty gross, so let's do the same for him. Just at least get some of this dust up. Let's see just how dusty this was. So now if I grab just a Q-tip here, just to kind of get in this little curved area. Okay, let us go. These Joy-Cons in. To get the Joy-Cons in, I do like to do the Tri-Wings next, just because it takes a little strain off the plastic. Because everything in here, the top and the bottom of the console, those screws are screwed into plastic bosses, so unfortunately what that means is that they don't really suffer being taken apart and put back together too many times before you overstress those little plastic tabs, and then once you overstress them or break them, you can no longer put a screw in there, which, to be very dead honest, is just not the end of the world, because as long as you have the back plates in, and you only really need 2 screws in the back plate and then 2 screws on the side. I mean, you don't need all the screws, but I am very particular, and especially when I sell somebody something, I like it to be as complete as possible, and that includes having all the fasteners, especially if I'm the one working on it and if I'm the idiot that lost it. That's neither really here nor there. Okay, got that going. Okay. Now these screws are unfortunately not very magnetic, so I would highly suggest doing it over a very soft surface so that if it falls out, it stops moving immediately. Because you do not want to have these things bounce on your floor. They're impossibly small, and you can find them. It is just not a fun job. Okay, and the last one. Okay. Just like that. Thankfully, my fat gut trapped that between the table and my gut. Because I'm fat. So fat. And that's exactly what happens. There we go. Again, don't over tighten those because... Alright, perfect. Just want to make sure it's still booted. Perfect. Very good. Cool. Well, we had some fun. The Joy-Con probably would have been fine if I hadn't ripped the goddamn cable. I think I actually do have a dead Joy-Con somewhere. I've got to take a look through my fix-it bucket and see if I have it in there. And if that's the case, then I'll just harvest the SRSL from that and get her going. And then we'll have 2 more fully functional Joy-Cons. Although, again, you know, that gray one is probably not one I'm going to sell on. Just because, again, it's a little beat up. And then the trace repair, and then I screwed up the goddamn butt memory like a moron. Oh, it works, just not perfect. Or maybe, like I said, maybe I'll just give that one away to somebody in need. You know, so I've seen a few people who posted help me post because they broke a Joy-Con and they can't afford a new one, or the cost of the repair or whatever. It'd be nice to just be, hey, give me your address, I'll send you this one. It's not perfect, but it'll work. Might have to replace the latches on them though. Anyway, that cleaned up pretty good. You know, minimal screen damage, pretty expected for a tablet with no screen protector. But you know, it is what it is. So thank you so much for everybody who stopped in, anybody who dropped a like, subscribe, left a comment, said hi, hung out. Appreciate every single one of y'all. I did miss yesterday, but hopefully I will be back next weekend on my normal full schedule. I do stream every Saturday and Sunday between 11 and 12 noon Central Standard Time. Try to go for as long as I can. It just depends on what I got going. On Saturdays, I try to do modifications, and Sundays I try to do repairs, but that's not always the case. Some days I will do repairs on both days if that's what I feel like doing. Next week I will absolutely be back. I will absolutely 100% be working. I will be working, excuse me, on my PC Engine GT. I do desperately need to get that recapped. And if I work up the nerve, I will be working on the PC Engine LT as well. I will fully admit I am absolutely frightened as shit to work on that thing because it is a $1,300 console. So I am nervous, to say the least, of that one. But it needs to get done, and the longer I wait, the worse it will be. So next weekend we'll be back. We'll 100% be doing some rare console work. And if I can maybe figure out what's going on with the Xbox, maybe I'll have an update on that. Maybe I'll work on it some more. Don't know. But I definitely want to get that PC Engine GT recapped and functioning by next weekend. So hopefully I'll see you all here for that. I do appreciate, again, anybody who stopped by and said hi. And I hope you enjoy the rest of your day and weekend. And hopefully I'll see you here next week. All right, guys. You all take it easy. I am going to stop